Welcome to History and Sleep, the channel where we dive into the remarkable, the unforgettable, and the stories that shape our world, all while helping you drift into a state of calm and reflection. Tonight, we're unravelling the fascinating tale of the Ghost Army of World War II, a secret US military unit that used art, sound, and deception to mislead the enemy and protect Allied troops. This is the story of how creativity and ingenuity became powerful weapons on the battlefield, a tale of artists, actors, and engineers who turned illusion into a life-saving strategy during one of history's darkest chapters. As you settle in and listen, feel free to share in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always incredible to see how stories like this connect us across time zones and borders. If you enjoy discovering hidden chapters of history and uncovering remarkable wartime stories, don't forget to subscribe to History and Sleep for more. Now, take a deep breath, let the calmness of the night wash over you, and allow this extraordinary story to guide you into a world where imagination triumphed against adversity. In the early years of World War II, as Allied forces faced relentless pressure from the Axis powers, a unique idea began to take shape within the US Army. This concept revolved around an unconventional approach to warfare, the use of deception as a primary strategy to mislead and confuse the enemy. Officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, this unit would come to be famously known as the Ghost Army, a name as mysterious and evocative as its purpose. The idea for such a unit stemmed from earlier British successes with deception tactics during the North African campaign. Inspired by the British, the US military leadership decided to create a similar team of highly skilled individuals who could simulate entire divisions and manipulate enemy decision-making through illusions. It was a daring experiment that blurred the line between art and warfare. So, to bring this ambitious vision to life, the military sought out recruits with unique skill sets. Unlike typical soldiers, the Ghost Army was composed of artists, designers, engineers, sound technicians, and even actors. Many of these individuals had no prior combat experience, but were instead recruited from art schools, advertising agencies, and design firms. Their creativity and technical expertise would prove invaluable in crafting the elaborate ruses needed to deceive German forces. From the very beginning, the Ghost Army operated under a veil of secrecy. Its mission was to create diversions, feints, and false operations that would distract the enemy and protect Allied troops during key military campaigns. To achieve this, the unit relied on a combination of inflatable tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and carefully choreographed movements. Each tactic was meticulously planned and executed, often under immense pressure and with no room for error. One of the Ghost Army's most ingenious methods involved the use of inflatable equipment. Rubber tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces were designed to look convincing from a distance, creating the illusion of a formidable force. These decoys were lightweight and portable, allowing the unit to set up and dismantle fake encampments in record time. The sight of rows of vehicles in strategic locations was often enough to make enemy reconnaissance planes report the presence of a large Allied force. But visual deception was only one part of the equation. The Ghost Army also employed sophisticated sound technology to enhance their illusions. Using state-of-the-art recording equipment, they created audio tracks of rumbling tanks, marching soldiers, and the din of a bustling military base. These sounds were played through powerful speakers mounted on trucks, which could project the noises up to 15 miles away. The combination of visual and auditory deception created an immersive experience that fooled even the most seasoned enemy commanders. The third key element of the Ghost Army's strategy was radio deception. Skilled operators mimicked the communication styles and routines of real Allied divisions, transmitting fake orders and messages to confuse German intelligence. This tactic, known as spoof radio, was critical in convincing the enemy that they were facing a much larger force than was actually present. The Ghost Army's success depended on collaboration and meticulous attention to detail. Each member of the unit had a specific role to play, whether it was painting camouflage patterns, designing inflatable decoys, or coordinating the placement of sound equipment. Their ability to work together seamlessly under tight deadlines was a testament to their dedication and resourcefulness. As the unit prepared for its first major operation, the stakes were high. The Ghost Army had been entrusted with a mission that could determine the success or failure of the broader Allied campaign. Despite the pressure, the men and women of the Ghost Army approached their work with a sense of purpose and creativity that set them apart. This unconventional army, born from a blend of grit and necessity, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Allied victory. Its members knew that their work would remain shrouded in secrecy for decades, but they were driven by a shared belief in the importance of their mission. The Ghost Army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a testament to the power of imagination in the face of adversity. The Ghost Army's first significant test came in the summer of 1944, shortly after the D-Day landings in Normandy. As Allied forces pushed inland from the beaches, they faced fierce resistance from German troops determined to hold their ground. The Ghost Army's role in this critical phase of the war was to draw enemy forces away from key objectives, creating opportunities for the main Allied forces to advance. Operation Brest was the unit's debut, a deception campaign designed to divert German attention away from an Allied push toward the strategically important port of Brest in northwestern France. Brest was vital to the German war effort as it served as a major naval base and supply hub. Capturing it would severely disrupt German logistics and communications. However, the city was heavily fortified, and a direct assault would result in significant Allied casualties. The Ghost Army's task was to stage a diversion that would weaken the German defences in Brest and allow the Allied forces to strike more effectively. Setting up for the operation required precision and coordination. The unit selected a location approximately 20 miles from Brest to establish their fake encampment. Using inflatable tanks, artillery pieces and supply trucks, they created the illusion of a large Allied division preparing to attack. From a distance, the scene appeared entirely authentic. Rows of vehicles were arranged strategically, while soldiers in the unit moved around the encampment to enhance the illusion. Sound played a critical role in the deception. The Ghost Army's engineers worked tirelessly to create realistic audio effects that mimic the sounds of an actual military base. Recordings of clanging metal, rumbling engines, and even the distant hum of conversations between soldiers were played through their powerful speakers. These sounds created the impression of an active and bustling division preparing for battle. Radio deception added another layer of authenticity to the ruse. Skilled operators broadcast fake transmissions that mimicked the communication patterns of a real Allied unit. These messages included requests for reinforcements, logistical updates, and discussions of an impending attack. The broadcasts were carefully timed and phrased to ensure they aligned with the visual and auditory elements of the deception. The German response to the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ghost Army's tactics. Believing that a major Allied offensive was imminent, German commanders redeployed troops and resources to counter the perceived threat. This shift in focus weakened their defences in Brest, allowing the actual Allied forces to exploit the vulnerability and launch a successful assault on the city. Despite the operation's success, the Ghost Army faced immense challenges. Operating in enemy territory meant that the unit was constantly at risk of discovery. The soldiers had to maintain the illusion at all times, knowing that even a single misstep could expose their deception and compromise the entire mission. The pressure was intense, but the unit's creativity and discipline ensured that their efforts remained convincing. One of the most remarkable aspects of the operation was the ingenuity and adaptability of the soldiers. They found ways to enhance the realism of their deceptions, using camouflage techniques to hide their inflatable equipment from close inspection, and employing creative storytelling to maintain the illusion during interactions with locals. The success of Operation Brest solidified the Ghost Army's reputation as a critical asset to the Allied war effort. Their ability to manipulate enemy movements and create opportunities for the main forces to advance demonstrated the power of unconventional warfare. It also reinforced the importance of teamwork and innovation in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the Ghost Army prepared for future missions, they carried the lessons of Operation Brest with them. The experience had tested their resolve and resourcefulness, but it had also proven that their unique approach to warfare could have a profound impact on the outcome of the conflict. The Ghost Army continued to hone its craft, with each operation showcasing an evolution in its tactics. Their next assignments spanned across Europe, where the stakes remained high and precision was essential. In the summer of 1944, the unit supported the Allied advance through France, setting up elaborate illusions to divert German forces from real targets like the River Seine crossings. Their purpose was simple yet crucial: to mislead and confuse the enemy at every turn, allowing the Allied forces to gain strategic advantages. Their efforts involved even more synchronized deception, perfectly crafted inflatable units, convincing radio transmissions, and immersive soundscapes. As the war progressed, the unit's techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with inflatable tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces designed to look even more realistic. These decoys, placed at key locations, tricked German reconnaissance aircraft into reporting large concentrations of Allied forces, buying the real Allied troops precious time. The Ghost Army also refined their use of sound. Engineers strategically placed speakers to project the noises of marching soldiers, machinery and military equipment, rumbles and roars that mimicked an army on the move. Every detail was crafted to ensure the illusion of a bustling military operation. The sound of distant engines, the hum of generators, and the steady murmur of soldiers' conversations were all carefully arranged to create an environment that felt real from miles away. At night, the Ghost Army employed even subtler tricks. Soft, low-frequency noises were played to mimic the natural rhythm of an army resting. These soothing sounds blended seamlessly into the nighttime air, giving the impression of soldiers quietly going about their business, resting for the night. The flicker of campfires could be seen in the distance, their warm glow painting an image of a calm, yet prepared, military camp. These sounds and visuals were designed to not only confuse the enemy, but to offer a momentary sense of peace in the midst of an otherwise chaotic landscape. These moments of quiet illusion brought surprising calm to their surroundings, even as the war raged on just beyond. The soldiers of the Ghost Army knew how to maintain their focus and composure in these difficult circumstances. They understood that mental clarity was just as important as strategic deception. In a time of high tension, they found ways to stay grounded, creating calm moments of respite amid the storm. Their ability to remain level-headed in the face of danger was as vital as the visual and auditory tricks they employed. For listeners tonight, imagine the gentle hum of a fictional camp blending into the stillness of the night. Picture the soft creaking of tents in the breeze, the steady rhythm of soldiers moving quietly about their business, and the flickering glow of a distant campfire. Feel the peaceful atmosphere surrounding you as you let the comforting sounds lull you into a sense of ease. These men and women, though constantly at risk and surrounded by danger, mastered the art of finding peace within chaos, much like how you can let the stillness of the moment help you unwind and drift into sleep. By the end of World War II, the Ghost Army had completed over 20 missions in Europe, each one contributing to the success of the Allied forces in ways that were largely unseen and often unrecognised. Their ability to deceive the enemy through innovative tactics, creating false signals, fake camps, and even misleading decoy operations, had played a vital role in ensuring the success of major offensives. Yet, despite their success, the full story of the Ghost Army was kept a secret for decades after the war. As the war drew to a close, the Ghost Army was disbanded, and many of its members returned to civilian life. For years, the men who served in the unit were sworn to secrecy about their operations. The story of their deception, their creativity, and their courage in the face of danger remained hidden, with only a few veterans quietly sharing their experiences. For many years, the Ghost Army's contribution was overshadowed by more well-known military victories, as the world moved forward and focused on rebuilding after the war. However, as the years passed, a renewed interest in World War II and its lesser-known heroes began to emerge. The story of the Ghost Army started to surface, with veterans coming forward and sharing their accounts. Documentaries, books, and interviews helped shed light on the incredible role this group of men had played during the war. Slowly, the world began to recognize the significance of their work and the ingenuity behind their methods of deception. For those who had served in the Ghost Army, their experience was a mix of pride and humility. They had been part of a covert operation that required tremendous skill, teamwork, and bravery. Yet their efforts had often gone unnoticed by the general public. As they shared their stories, they also spoke of the deep bonds formed among the members of the unit, the camaraderie that had sustained them in the face of danger, and the immense satisfaction of knowing they had helped bring an end to one of the darkest chapters in history. As time passed, the Ghost Army became a symbol of how ingenuity and creative thinking can make a difference in the most difficult of circumstances. Their legacy is one of perseverance, resourcefulness, and the ability to turn the tide of battle with nothing more than illusion. The Ghost Army proved that even in the most dire situations, the human spirit can find a way to rise above adversity. Think of how the men of the Ghost Army must have felt as they walked away from their missions, knowing they had made an impact in a war that shaped the world. Their contributions, though not widely known at the time, were just as significant as any traditional battle fought on the front lines. Just as the Ghost Army worked quietly and methodically to achieve their goals, you too can find peace and calm in the quiet moments, allowing your mind to unwind and your body to rest. Their story is a reminder that sometimes the most profound victories are those achieved in silence, in the stillness of the night when no one is watching. And as you settle into this peaceful moment, you can take solace in the knowledge that even the smallest actions can have a far-reaching impact. Feel the weight of the day lifting from you, just as the Ghost Army lifted the burden of deception from the shoulders of the Allied forces. Although the Ghost Army's work was shrouded in secrecy during and immediately after World War II, their legacy would not remain hidden forever. In the years following the war, the significance of their contribution began to emerge, as historians, veterans, and the public began to recognise their invaluable role in shaping the outcome of the war. What began as a covert operation to mislead the enemy had become a model of ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. The methods developed by the Ghost Army using sound, deception, and visual illusions would go on to influence military strategies for years to come. The concept of psychological warfare, where the mind is targeted as much as the body, became more widely accepted. These tactics would inform future military operations, as the lessons learned from the Ghost Army's success were incorporated into modern military doctrine. In addition to their impact on military strategy, the Ghost Army story had an emotional and cultural effect. For many years, their deeds went largely unrecognised, but as veterans began to speak out, their experiences resonated with people around the world. The fact that these soldiers had risked everything in a war they could not speak about for decades touched a deep chord. Their bravery, commitment, and camaraderie served as a reminder of the quiet acts of heroism that often go unnoticed in the shadow of more traditional battles. The Ghost Army's efforts also began to be recognised in popular culture. Films, books, and documentaries began to tell their story, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of their work. Their role in World War II became more than just a historical footnote. It became a symbol of how innovation and creativity could be wielded in the service of a greater cause. Let this story of unexpected heroism inspire you. The men who served in the Ghost Army did not seek fame or glory. Instead, they focused on a mission that was far greater than themselves. Their quiet dedication to their craft echoes in the background of history, just as the calm sounds of the world around you do now. As you relax deeper, allow this story to calm your mind like a sweet melody, or a peaceful nightfall that quietly surrounds you. The knowledge that these men contributed in ways that were largely unseen allows us to reflect on how every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can contribute to something much larger. The Ghost Army may have operated in silence, but the echoes of their efforts resonate still, offering a reminder that there is power in subtlety, in quiet strength, and in the peaceful moments when we step back to reflect. As decades passed, the Ghost Army's influence continued to ripple through both military strategy and cultural memory. The quiet genius of their operations, blending deception with cutting-edge technology, was not just a wartime tactic, but a profound lesson in the value of innovation under pressure. While the techniques they pioneered were initially dismissed as a curiosity, they eventually became essential components of modern military operations, especially in the realms of psychological warfare and tactical deception. Following the war, the value of the Ghost Army's contribution was recognised in unexpected ways. The unit had shown that military success didn't always require sheer force. Sometimes, it was the ability to create uncertainty in the enemy's mind, to disorient, confuse, and mislead. This shift in understanding emphasised the power of non-violent methods in warfare, laying the groundwork for the evolution of modern intelligence operations. Beyond their impact on military tactics, the Ghost Army became a symbol of strength, something that went beyond traditional acts of greatness. The members of this unique unit, ordinary men who found extraordinary ways to serve their country, reminded us that contributions to a greater cause often come in unconventional forms. Veterans who had served in the unit began to tell their stories, and these accounts related deeply with people across the world. The idea that such a vital part of World War II was unsolved for so long made up for the overlooked contributions of everyday individuals. It helped reshape the way we perceive wartime contributions and made it clear that only large, obvious victories are worth remembering. Over time, museums, documentaries, and even novels began to explore their story, bringing to light the importance of creativity in warfare. It wasn't just about military strategy. It was about the courage to think outside the box and confront the enemy with tactics that weren't rooted in physical might, but in the power of perception. These stories remind us that we too can find strength in quiet persistence, and that the solutions to challenges may lie not in confrontation, but in innovation. Now, as you find yourself in a state of ease, the quiet whisper of history lingers. The Ghost Army's legacy teaches us that even in the most uncertain times, there is power in calm and quiet strategy. Feel the weight of your body easing, each muscle unwinding and softening, as you allow yourself to drift deeper into calm rest like a warm blanket. Just like the Ghost Army's methods that brought clarity and purpose amidst chaos, this quiet moment brings peace to your mind and body. This isn't necessarily the ending of our story, but the beginning of a restful journey into the stillness of sleep. Sweet dreams. Its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December the 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available, USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers, yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The fourth Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All four Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority in carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in: victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favor of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades. Tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labor of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost. The humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war. broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the civil war raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories serve not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer, cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the west. For the Ottomans, Capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. The story begins on a chilly, fog-laden night in early 20th century France, along the western front of World War I, where the air hangs heavy with the anticipation of dawn. Private James, our narrator, lies in his bunk, his breath forming gentle clouds in the cold trench air. The sounds of the night are a stark contrast to the usual cacophony of war. Instead, there's the distant hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves, and the faint murmur of soldiers whispering are in the distance. This setting is not just a backdrop, but a character in itself, embodying the eerie calm before the storm, the quiet that envelops the battlefield. After the day's violence has subsided, the fog acts like a blanket, muffling the sounds of war, creating an almost otherworldly peace. This tranquility is deceptive, as beneath it lies the ever-present tension of conflict. James, with his soft-spoken narration, invites the listener into this world where every sound is magnified, every whisper carries weight. The trench, dug into the earth, serves as both a shelter and a prison, where soldiers find moments of introspection amidst the chaos. The night watch is not just about vigilance, but about embracing the silence that the war has temporarily yielded. Here, in this timeless space, James begins to share a tale, passed down from his grandfather, one that speaks of a patrol where silence was their weapon, their shield, and their solace. The setting thus sets the stage for a story where the war's harsh realities are softened by the quietude of the night, offering listeners a unique perspective on how soldiers found peace in the midst of conflict. The concept of the whispered patrol introduces listeners to a unique facet of warfare. During World War I, where stealth and silence were paramount, James explains how his grandfather was part of a specialised unit, trained not in the art of combat, but in the art of listening, observing, and moving undetected. These patrols were not about confronting the enemy, but about gathering intelligence through the subtlest means possible. In the silent, fog-shrouded no man's land, every whisper, every soft footstep could reveal more than any battle could. The patrol's mission was to slip through the lines, their presence almost ghostly, to listen to the murmurs of enemy plans, the clink of equipment, or the hushed tones of soldiers, sharing secrets they thought were safe from prying ears. This approach to reconnaissance was born out of necessity, in a war where every inch of ground was contested and conventional methods often led to immediate and deadly counterattacks. The whispered patrol was thus a testament to human ingenuity and the desire to survive, to understand the enemy not through might, but through silence. James narrates how his grandfather and his comrades would prepare for these missions, dressing in layers to minimize sound, using natural cover and communicating only in whispers or through hand signals, their breath barely a whisper in the cold air. This method of operation required immense patience, a deep understanding of human nature, and an acute awareness of one's surroundings. It was a psychological battle, as much as a physical one, where victory was measured not in territory gained, but in secrets uncovered. The story unfolds with a sense of suspense, but it's a suspense born from the anticipation of discovery rather than confrontation. Through this narrative, listeners are invited to imagine the tension of moving silently through a landscape fraught with danger, where the rustle of a leaf or the soft crunch of earth underfoot could spell disaster. Here, in this tale, the war is not about the roar of cannons, but the quiet that follows, the profound respect for silence that defines the whispered patrol's legacy. As James dives deeper into his narrative, the listeners are immersed in the eerie, almost mystical journey of the whispered patrol through no man's land, that infamous strip of earth between enemy lines where life and death are separated by mere moments. His voice, calm and measured, paints a vivid picture of this desolate yet hauntingly beautiful landscape, where the fog serves as both a cloak and a canvas for the silent theatre of war. This journey is not just about traversing physical space, but about navigating through layers of fear, anticipation, and the profound solitude that comes with such perilous endeavours. His grandfather's patrol moves with a kind of spectral silence, each man a shadow among shadows, their movements choreographed by the necessity of stealth. They tread carefully, avoiding the remnants of the day's violence, the twisted metal of barbed wire, the deep craters left by artillery, the occasional stark reminder of life's fragility. In the form of a fallen comrade or foe, the fog softens these harsh realities, turning the battlefield into a ghostly tableau where the lines between past, present, and the spectral future blur, the narrative captures the sensory experience of this journey, the crunch of frozen mud underfoot, the damp, earthy smell that permeates the air, the cold that creeps through their layers of clothing. Each step is deliberate, each pause filled with the intent listening for signs of life or danger from the opposing side. James describes how his grandfather would sometimes stop, kneeling to the earth, ear pressed against the ground, trying to catch the vibrations of enemy movements, or perhaps the distant, muted sounds of a camp stirring. This part of the story is rich, with the tension of the unknown, where every rustle or whisper could signify the end, or a chance for survival. The patrol navigates by the stars, their only light sources, which twinkle indifferently above this silent war. The journey through no man's land becomes a metaphor for the soldiers' own internal battles, the struggle to remain silent, to keep fear at bay, to maintain that thread of humanity in a place where death is an ever-looming presence. The emotional landscape is as challenging as the physical one. The men share a bond, forged in the silence, where words are unnecessary. An understanding is communicated through glances, through the shared weight of their mission. Here, in this no man's land, the war's brutality is momentarily eclipsed by the profound stillness, offering rare moments where one could almost forget the violence that awaits at dawn. Each man confronts his solitude, his fear, and yet there's a peculiar peace in this silence, a peace that comes from knowing they are part of something larger, something that transcends the immediate horrors of war. This patrol, this journey, is a testament to human resilience, to the ability to find beauty and quietude amidst chaos, to engage in a silent dance with death, where every step is a choice between survival and surrender. James continues his tale, his voice low and steady, recounting the night when his grandfather's whispered patrol came upon an unexpected presence in the fog-shrouded no man's land. He explains how, as they moved with the silence of the night, they suddenly became aware of another soldier, an enemy, not through sight, but through the faintest of sounds, a breath, the soft rustle of movement. The patrol stopped, and his grandfather, leading the way, stood still, listening intently. They could hear the enemy's presence, perhaps as startled by them as they were by him. In this tale, James shares how there was no immediate action, no drawing of weapons, just a profound moment of stillness, where both sides acknowledged each other's existence without aggression. His grandfather would later describe how they all stood there, in the thick, eerie silence, understanding that they were not just enemies, but soldiers, men with families, hopes, and fears, all caught in the same terrible dance of war. The story goes on to detail how, instead of engaging in combat, there was this silent agreement to pass each other by. His grandfather recounted how they exchanged a look, a slight nod, an unspoken truce in the midst of conflict. This moment, James narrates, was about the recognition of the other's humanity, a rare instance where the sounds of war were silenced by the quiet acknowledgement of shared human experience. He emphasizes that this patrol didn't return with tales of valor in battle, but with something more profound, the story of how silence and empathy could transcend the chaos of war. James invites his listeners to think about this as they drift to sleep, to ponder how in our own lives, moments of quiet understanding can be more powerful than any conflict. He suggests that as they lie there, preparing for sleep, they might reflect on how often we miss these opportunities for peace, how the quiet can speak volumes, and how a simple moment of acknowledgement can change perspectives. As listeners settle into their beds, James encourages them to imagine this scene, to feel the cold, damp air of that night, to hear the silence that wasn't empty, but full of potential for peace. He asks them to consider their own encounters, perhaps not with an enemy, but with someone different, someone they might not understand at first glance. How might their lives change if they approach these moments with the same silence and respect his grandfather's patrol did? This story, James concludes, isn't just about war, it's about the power of silence, of listening, and how these can lead to understanding in our daily lives, even as we seek the peace of sleep. James goes on to describe how his grandfather and his patrol made their way back after the silent encounter in No Man's Land. They moved with the same caution as before, but now there was a different weight to their steps, a quiet reflection on what had just transpired. He narrates how they navigated back through the fog, past the same barbed wire and craters, but this time, the journey felt different. There was an unspoken understanding among them, a shared experience that would bind them beyond the confines of their mission. As they approached their own lines, the sounds of their own camp began to seep into their awareness. The soft murmurs of men, the occasional clink of metal, the distant, comforting sound of a harmonica playing a melancholic tune. James describes how his grandfather would tell of the relief of returning to the familiar, yet the lingering thoughts of the encounter that remained with them, like a whisper in the wind. Back in the trench, they reported their findings, but the true story, the one about the silent pact with the enemy, was kept among themselves. A silent bond that they felt was too sacred to share with those who hadn't experienced the night's profound silence. James shares how his grandfather would often sit, looking out into the night, pondering over that moment where war paused for peace, where humanity was acknowledged in the darkness. He suggests to his listeners that, as they lay in their beds, perhaps in the quiet of their own night, they might think of this return. How often do we come back from our own patrols, from our daily encounters with the world, carrying stories or moments of understanding that we keep close, not because they are secrets, but because they are profound. James invites his audience to reflect on how these moments shape us, how they might change the way we see the world, even in the silence before sleep. He asks them to consider what they bring back from their day, what silent agreements they might have made with life's enemies or challenges, and how these shape their dreams. This part of the story is an invitation to introspection, to consider the journey back from our own battles, physical or metaphorical, and how the quiet, reflective moments can be as impactful as the loud, obvious ones as sleep approaches. James encourages his listeners to embrace these quiet returns, to let them inform their rest, their dreams, and perhaps their waking life. James concludes his story by speaking about the legacy that the whispered patrol left behind, not just for his grandfather, but for all who hear this tale. He explains how his grandfather would share this story, not as a tale of heroism, but as a lesson in the power of silence and understanding. The story, passed down through generations, became a reminder of how even in the darkest times, moments of quiet could lead to profound insights about humanity. He shares how this story influenced his grandfather's life long after the war, shaping his philosophy towards conflict, towards listening rather than speaking, towards understanding rather than judging. James reflects on how this legacy of silence taught his family the value of empathy, of taking the time to listen to the world around them, and how these lessons could apply to anyone's life. In the narrative, James invites his listeners to think about this legacy as they prepare for sleep. He asks them to consider how often in their own lives they rush to fill silence with noise, with words, with action, when perhaps the most profound connections or solutions come from simply listening, from allowing silence to speak. He suggests that as they drift off, they might carry this lesson into their dreams, into their subconscious, where the quiet can work its magic, healing, teaching, and connecting in ways that the day's noise cannot. James ends by encouraging his listeners to embrace the silence of the night, to let it be a teacher, a healer, a connector. He posits that just as his grandfather's patrol found peace in silence amidst war, we too can find our peace in the quiet moments of our lives, in the pauses between our actions, in the spaces where we allow ourselves to truly hear. He invites them to ponder on how this story might influence their approach to life, to conflict, to understanding others, and to find in their own silence a legacy of peace and empathy. As his voice fades, leaving the listeners to the sounds of their own breathing and the gentle ambience of the night,